Hello and welcome back. Picking up where we left off last time in Factorio Pyanodons Mod. This will probably be the first highlight of the new highlights video. It's day 15. In the last one, we got the iron smelting going. We've been rolling through the tech tree now that we have SciPack 1 belt-fed automated. Um, so one of the things we may start working on today, if I'm particularly fast, is we might start working on the logistics packs here. But what we're likely to be starting on instead is coal power, coming from proper power plants. So we're going to get set up to try to feed at least one, if not a couple, high-pressure steam turbines with coal power plants. So if you're watching in the highlights video, the next highlight should be some step of producing that, I suspect. So if you're watching on YouTube, in the highlights video, we'll have a jump cut here to the next part. If you're watching the unedited version or Twitch, you're going to be along for the long ride. Okay. Editor me has done his job. Should only just be the people watching the unedited version at this point. Let's. Oh, and that's done. Let me check that. That's done. That's done. That one's probably done. Checking the to-do list. So we got plus stuff to add to the bus. I'm not going to worry too much right now. I think we want to sort the power plant stuff first. Now we need to check fluid drills and make. In this case, it's the second one here, and they're fine concrete, so that's to be done. So, I'm gonna want enough to power or fuel at least one high-pressure steam turbine, at least multiples of them. That's the coconut gas. That's not the recipe I'm looking for today. We're looking for high pressure steam. Okay, steam. Pressurized steam. So 100 C pressurized steam is used. That's what's made. Burned in high pressure steam turbine Mark 1, 60 units per second. So one of those turbines consumes 60 units. So when we do the factory planner, let's start up a new factory. This wants pressurized steam. 60. And we got two different ways to make that. We're not going to make it out of 200C because that's higher tech. We're going to make it 1000C. And molten salt. We're going to use the coal recipe. So, one turbine uses one heat exchanger, which uses 6.4 coal power plants using the standard coal recipe. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this. Let's do a quick duplicate. So we could take it, it's saying coal. I'm going to edit the fuel to raw coal. So this is the recipe for using raw coal. So it still appears to be 1 to 6.4, which is a little bit of an awkward combo. We are going to need molten salt. The recipe technically is molten salt circular, so we don't actually need, on an ongoing basis, the molten salt to be running. Just gotta melt it once and it should work off the existing salts. Heats, cools, heats, cools, heats, cools. Okay. Now, for this one, we're gonna do this one a little bit differently. Copy, paste, paste. So one's going to be coal. One is going to be crushed coal. And one is going to be coal dust. Reason for that, because then we can do a coal gets made from crushing, and if we set the matrix on, pick one, there we go. So there we go. So that's sort of the recipe we're looking if we're going to do a crusher. So I can either leave it uncrushed, which will go through more coal, or we can crush it and make it consume less coal, but we'll need a crusher. We'll need 13 crushers. Potentially for the first one, it may make sense to run uncrushed, I suppose. Because I'm not limited on coal. The main reason to run this one would actually be to reduce the ash. Yeah, so probably go ahead and set it up fed as if it was the uncrushed, and then I can always do a transition later with coal. Okay. So I need 1 turbine, 1 heat exchanger, 7 coal power plants. We gotta figure out what those are made out of. That's my cooling tower. Don't need that for what we're working on. Cooling water, that's not what we need. Okay, 1 heat exchanger. Oh, and that is a definite mess. Mechanical parts, and I cannot handcraft mechanical parts. 1. Okay. I can't hand make that engine. Okay, so it looks like we're looking at the mechanical part 1, the engines. I think that's engines. And a few of the fancy metals. Okay. Let's start off with the assumption that hopefully we can make those in certain machines. So I need mechanical parts. On this page. Mechanical parts. Brakes, control panels. Oh, gearboxes. Okay, so I cannot handcraft gearboxes. Gearboxes can... Okay, so all the components in there can be assembled in the assembler. Can't assemble you by hand, so we'll have to get that built. Okay, so I have to do some fish oil. Oh, I may be... I've got all the stuff to build it, unlocked to build mechanical parts to build these power plants, but I'm actually questioning whether or not I can build it without having to build up pretty heavy supply chains. Can I hand build shafts? Yes. So everything but the fish oil can be handmade there. I'm also gonna have to make fish oil, so... to design something that makes fish oil. Fish oil is made by rendering fish. Fair enough, that makes logical sense. Guts, skin, meat, bones, and fish oil. So we're gonna have to start farming some fish. That's logistics packs. Researched. I question if that's actually going to be easier to make than the power plant. I suspect the answer is no. Rich clay. Okay. Direct recipe, ash to rich clay. Although, unless I need rich clay in one of these items, that's not an immediate benefit, I think. Ah, yes. Good old circular recipes. The fish chain. And we do probably want to start contemplating logistics. Tiny amount of logistics. That'll require batteries. Bolt, zinc plate, graphite, melanine. Melanine, okay. Ammonia. And cyanic acid. Well, I suspect we need urea for something, so I don't know where that comes from yet. Coal, methane, ammonia. Okay. Oh, and that is urea that we're getting the ammonia from anyway. Okay, so it's gonna have surplus ammonia, trying to meet the needs of the cyanic acid. I can accept that. Lead and antimony to make lead and antimony alloy. Okay, that's not too terrible. That's batteries and complex. Animal samples, obviously comes from animals. We already make meat, guts. Don't make bones. I have multiple different options for bones. So if they're tired, they don't have lard. And they have less meat. And we have cotton guts as well. Okay. Where can I get blood? I can get blood from both cotton guts and ogs. Lard only. Oh, lard comes from those two as well. Plasmids come from plasmids. Okay. One recipe makes that. There's laboratory equipment as an input. set the temperature on that, right? So whatever temperature, doesn't matter. Oh, this is definitely a complicated recipe of lots of little components looking at it. Okay, so that's where we're going to need the rich soil. Soil plus rich clay, a ground sample. We need bone meal there, we need urea there. I haven't figured out how we're making urea. Liquid manure. Zognog bacteria. I'm just liquefying the manure, because of course. Water barrel, native flora, moss. Water barrel, native flora, og food, and moss makes manure in the paddock. And I have the food, that's not the problem. I have the ability to make the food. Which is a plant we haven't made. Made from seeds. Seeds are made from the plant. Yeah, this is a very complicated recipe. Lots and lots of steps. Hi guy 606 says, "Hey, I was just also just looking at to make urea or more urea." Yeah, we've just finished logistics science being researched here, so I'm contemplating whether I want to do that or power plants first. And I'm thinking power plants is probably the one to do first. Although I'm looking at how complicated this recipe is, and I'm like, this is going to be complicated. It's going to be very complicated. Yeah, I'm straight up requires some cotton guts in it. Okay. It's requires barely anything of anything. Any of anything, but it's requiring a whole lot of different things. That's going to be a complicated chain when we settle down to it. Just finished or just plant? Just finishes in just researched the tech. So I haven't built any. We've just researched logistics science. So I can now start thinking about actually building it is where we're at. And oh, that looks like a complicated, difficult problem, let's just say. Yes, as Taigai606 says, so it's on the list to make. Yeah, it's list to make it. I'm looking at the list here and like, do I start on this? And the more I'm looking at it, it's like, no, this really needs to wait until after we've got the power plants to power the base. To be fair, the power plants don't look that complicated from a build standpoint. It's one heat exchanger, a couple coal power plants, and a salt mine to get them started. Appreciate saying, yeah, that's the fun stuff. Achieves the last stretch to get the bots, yeah. Whereas this doesn't look too complicated, although I need to obviously build a salt mine. Somewhere to get our starter salt and get the coal power plants built. Which don't look the funnest to spaghetti build, right? Because we gotta build them from scratch. Yeah, so I gotta figure out how to make mechanical parts 1, because those can't be handcrafted. And then mechanical parts, 1. Require brakes, control panels, gearboxes, shafts, utility box, rubber, small parts, and steel plates. Tag Guy 606 saying bots are a game changer. Yeah, bots are probably a game changer because then you don't need to worry as much to get all the belts around. Just put the right chests down and tell the bots to shuffle things between the locations. I could definitely see that being a very much a thing. Okay, so we're looking at like 8 different inputs here. Need brakes. And brakes can, if I can get all the bits for it, be handcrafted. Okay. I need control panels. Oops. Live clearing trees with 1 click, copy paste 2, and so much, and construction bots is what I cared about. Yeah, if you enjoy the construction bots, I suppose you get that a little bit early. I think we've technically researched construction bots. I think construction bots have been done. I think I need logistics to do logistics bots. Oh, the good luck asking me where the construction bots are in this mess of stuff. I think they're in here. I think we've researched construction robots. I think they were behind batteries, if I remember correctly. There we go. Here's construction bots. Yeah, we have construction bots. We have the rudimentary PyBot ones. And then the logic bots got you the Great Mole, yeah. Okay, and then gearbox. And we know gearbox has to be did. So we're gonna have that over there. Actually, let's make you the gearbox as an effect. Shaft. Shaft can be handcrafted. Utility box. Utility box can be handcrafted. Rubber. Don't think rubber can be handcrafted. I think I'm gonna have to make that in something. Yeah, it's gotta be made in a heavy oil refinery. Tujask asks, how are you not using them yet? Do you have the other pieces? Maybe you want a better armor or doing rocket fuel to get them fueled. So the reason I'm not using them yet is I've researched them, but I haven't built any of the supporting infrastructure. It's probably a good place to do. We've just done cast metal. So I don't, for example, I don't have batteries made yet. And I know batteries are required for construction robots as a minimum. They require 2 batteries, for example. So we've got the recipe for batteries, but I haven't made batteries. So we researched them, but I haven't yet made the parts, and I'm going to sort the power plant to power the grid first. The grid's actually a little undersupplied right now. I think we're running like 80% power. We're running 80% power, and then the science turned off. So now we're not using 80% power, we have enough power. So if I start actually doing stuff again, we don't have enough power. So before I do any logistics bots, I need to be able to power the grid. Is kind of the logic I'm in right now. That's why I'm doing power plants before construction bots. Small parts, the ever intrusive small parts. And then steel plate. Okay, so that's what I need to build that. It looks like outside of the rubber and the burner and the gearbox, I can handcraft all those subcomponents to do the jump start. Although some components require bits that I cannot handcraft, like vital alloy. Although we arguably have got some of that constructed nearby. I'm going to have to make batteries. Almost certainly can't make batteries by hand. Electronics will have to be made. Although that didn't require any electronics. Oh, the utility box might. Nope. So the utility box is going to be pretty handcraftable. Yeah, so it's that bit there. The rest of these go in here, I think, can be handcrafted. I've got the bits. If I have the bits, yeah. Let me go get a heavy oil refinery. Twitch chat saying getting molten, or a tech guy from 606 from Twitch chat saying getting the molten salt is a great goal. Coal is the easiest, yeah. Did I do heavy oil yet? That's a good question. I might be looking for something I can't go pick up. Yeah, I'm thinking I probably did not do heavy oil yet. Oop. It's not going to be in the bus. I can get the missing components to handcraft one. And then we can do shaft. Okay, so everything here except for oil, fish oil is pretty easy. Fish oil is the other difficult one. Oops, not 0.383. There we go. Still. Oh, I suppose the fish farm probably needs fish, doesn't it? Needs some fish modules. Yeah, okay. It'll work much better with fish modules. Ah, much better. We need 7 fish farms making fish, 1 fish farm making fish eggs. Or 2 fish farms making fish eggs. 1 phytoplankton, consuming some jerky. And that will make some fish oil. To fish oil the gearbox. Latex carbon black polybutadiene. So latex would be pretty easy. It's actually going to be carbon black and polybutadiene that's probably going to be difficult there. Okay, we're obviously not making one. We're making only one thing of this. That amount. I'm not going to worry about latex. I can go steal it from someplace else for the hand feed. Anthracene oil vacuum. Polybutadiene is titanium aromatics water. Well, at least steam is effective to able to be voided productively, let's say. Multi-purpose cracker and a reformer. Captain 998 saying hi, Guy 606. I will call him the Great Bus. I've got a big bus, and honestly, the bus right now is probably not big enough. If I was not distracted by wanting to make a power plant, we'd probably be making the bus bigger. It's missing very useful recipes, I think. Reformer, multi-purpose cracker. I'm gonna have to handcraft the multi-purpose cracker, but can I just pick up a roof? That's the question. I think the answer is no. Hey guys, 606, bigger buses are beautiful or awkward. Yeah, it depends on how you're running them. That's why mine's a big long line here. Because that keeps it somewhat sane. At least until I've bought bots to go retrieve things off the insane bus. Yeah, I don't have reformers. Okay, so I have to craft both of those. Multi-purpose cracker. The only thing I'm missing right now is the copper. One reformer. And queues like this is one reason I have the bus, so I can go pick things up and not just be like, okay, I need to go make this build, I need to make this build, and just have to wait for giant queue to be built. Yeah, we're gonna make you. That's gonna get me my rower. I can pick you up and you up. The fish farms and the phytoplankton off to hand to make. First batch here. And I think we like super underbuild. Okay, everything but the intermetallics here I can just pick up. Oh, it's giving me the raws here for the improved recipe on, I think, the pumps. Started with all the resources, then swapped to solids on caravans, fluid by bus. Now I'm busless for new designs. Trains with caravan support mostly, and hardly maintain the old bus anymore. Yeah. Well, I'm thinking that when I do properly get into logistics bots, we'll probably start obsoleting the old bus and rebuilding it as a proper bus mall. That's way off in the future. Because, you know, first got to invent the bots, or you can make the boss mall. Bus mall. That's the glass. Oh, that metal. That metal. Short a little bit of iron. Can't wait. What's a bus mall? Or bot mall. But bus mall is what this is. It's a bus with a mall on the end. A bot mall is sort of the same thing, but most of the interconnects here would be replaced with you know, I'd probably tear the bus out at that point, so it'd be a bot mall, so it'd be a bots, and the delivery would be handled by bots. Okay, and I need to get some intermetallics, which hopefully I've got some, or can at least get the startup going in. Considering how hard it is to disperse supplies at long range. Yeah. Well, that's one thing, if you set up a sort of a bot mall, you can kind of do with trains. So you can have a train station stop that you have the bots fill with like all the different machines. So then when you need stuff, the train comes by and just drops the stuff for you. Although that would be a very complicated train, supposedly, I imagine, in Pi, because of how many different things you want on the train. You'd rather not have the logic bots taking trips to the other side of the other end, yeah. Okay, so you make my intermetallics, you're out. You need Vital Roy. Vital Roy is being blocked by the lack of nickel plates, which is a good thing I just accidentally grabbed. I think... Oh, is nickel the one I don't have on me? Of course it's the one I don't have on me. The one over here, though. I'm thinking the same for caravans. Yeah, I could see that. I think probably caravans are probably figuring out how to get the limit to take only the right stuff. Okay, so I've got 10 nickel ore. Goes in you. Make nickel plate, which gets fed into you. well, if you're having your train loaded from the bot mall, you could set it up so that certain inventory slots on the train take certain items. And I suppose you could probably, via wiring circuitry, tell the requester chests for your train to request what the train needs. Is short, sort of thing. It's been a while since I've done that sort of circuitry work, so I might be misremembering. So many intermediaries you need for them all. Long wires. Well, it depends on how you're doing it. I'm pretty sure it might be CyberSim. That might be the way you do it. Pretty sure you can tell a train what it needs and convey that to the requester chest that you're using to request from the mall. To feed the bus or feed the train. And then you just have it set up that the mall makes X of something until it is requested, and then that X can get picked up and dropped off at the train station for long-distance travel. Yeah, it's a lot more, I think, circuitry complex than just setting up a train station, which is train rolls into station, unload train. Or train rolls into station, load train. Which is fairly easy to do, I suppose. Okay, so we've got you. That gets me 1 fish farm. I need 2. I'm gonna have to grab all the other stuff we're missing. Back to the belt. Back to the bus. Yeah, CyberSyn should be fine if you want to take it on. I've got circuitry of my own now, okay. It says Tag Guy 606. Aluminum and the lead. Add a little bit more iron. We get another one that's queued up. So I need grab a slaughterhouse because we make those. Plus. So 1. I'm going to basically do the 1-1-1 and pathway here. I need to make a phytoplankton farm. Which is you. That doesn't look too bad. It's more intermetallics. More than I have at the moment. Just need to sort out the metallics and get one of those farms going. Wait on you, which is waiting on you, which is actually waiting to aluminum. Hand what I have in my inventory to the machine. Go grab some more duraluminum. Okay, so hopefully that's all I need duraluminum for. Those are going to run out. And I need some washers. Okay. And then I guess we're gonna have to go fishing. Two? Oh dear, I need more than two. I suppose I have three. Need 7. No, it's back to being nickel being the issue. Okay. I was say if I need more duraluminum, we might have some problems. probably just make a few reasonably intelligently designed logistic groups and then set up a train with the same slots assigned to it. Yeah, that's my thought process with that long distance travel method. Only makes fish. Oh, actually, it doesn't only make fish. It makes fish as wastewater, and then you only make fish eggs and wastewater. Okay. Jerky and water, or tin and water. Well, I haven't made tin grade 1. I think I can make jerky fairly quickly. I think, if I understand my jerky recipes... I just cook meat. Nice and simple. So that'll make my jerky. I need to feed you. Oh, I need to go grab some pipe. Yeah, it's gonna go grab some pipe. I suppose I'll have to make oxygen. Well, oxygen isn't that hard to make. Reptip 998 is saying, man, all the streamers who are in early Fi have spoilage disabled. So I don't get the enjoyment of watching them suffer dealing with spoilage. Yeah, I understand why a lot of us have it disabled. Oh, I was gonna go grab my pipes. Forgot about grabbing the pipes. Ran over there, and, like, forgot what I was over there for, and came running back. Hi guy 606 says, "Oh, I love the idea of it. It's an ideal challenge format we like to over-engineer. Unfortunate that I have not bought the DLC." Well, someone who has bought the DLC and has played on Fulgura, it depends upon how spoilage is implemented. Spoilage for some stuff is fine. I didn't particularly, in the base game, I didn't like the spoilage on, on the monster eggs, I think, was the thing that really got me. Okay, so that needs a water hookup, which shouldn't be that hard to do. Okay, so you have jerky, you make plankton, you have... Oh, these are around the wrong way. Explains why they're not working. And off by one. And off by one. There we go. Okay, so you need jerky so that you can have your plankton. You need plankton and some fish. You need oxygen and lamps, of all things. You make render fish. Which makes the meat that I need for the jerky to feed the plankton. Okay. Puzzling on plan to load a single train from 10 or 12 fuel lines for delivery as generic fuel. Unloading is easy, but loading is a bit of a beast of sushi. Reptid then responds to Thai Guy saying, I give each fuel line its own train loading stop. Okay, yes, that's good. It's definitely one option. High biocranes have ridiculously hand size. I need brains and meat to craft them. Yay. Okay. Grab the jerky. So I've got 100 jerky. And I'm gonna have to go fishing. Make the fish for these to get this started, and an oxygen maker. Makes you working. I need a electrolysis unit to make my oxygen. Fish. Start the fish breeding population. Captain said, wouldn't it be so bad if meat didn't like to spoil? Presumably they're playing with spoilage turned on. But trains won't show up unless a requester is needing fuel. I suppose it depends on how you have your train network set up. You might set it up so that your fuel requesting trains or your fuel supplying trains always sit in the supplying depot unless someplace requests them. That's one way to work with that, usually. That way you can use the train as a storage. Fish is too far out for the moment. Go along the shore here. We're looking for fish. I don't really need the seaweed. You need like 1 or 2 pieces of seaweed and usually get seaweed started. Reptid saying each fuel loading stop is connected to a sufficient buffer to hold at least a train's worth of fuel, so a train can quickly go there and load up when more fuel is needed. There's Tag Guy's gang, so it'll be like a depot for fuel trains, which would need a new schedule type. Yeah, that's both different ways of doing it, I suppose. Depends on how you want to do your buffering at your stops. Either make it so the stop oil is getting picked up from or whatever is always going to hold a full train's worth, or you can make it so the train's the buffer, in which case, unless it's being used, it's at the station. Depends on how you want to handle the scheduling. And that guy goes, oh right, yes, that'll work, yeah. Two different ways to do it. It's a regolith mine. Looked kind of salt-y, so I was trying to figure out if it was salt or something else. It was regolith. I've got 55 fish, that's probably enough. There guys, 606 is saying, what a mess I had, but it seems nearly perfected. Yeah, that's what I say about all my messes that end up getting recycled. It's a mess, but it's nearly good. Could just use a bunch of train stops. Okay. So first step, get the breeding population of fish in the place. And then I need sort of biomass and oxygen. Okay, makes oxygen. I'll need a chest for one product and machine for the other. Lamp. Copper. Iron. Glass. And copper cable. You could go grab from the bus. Okay. That guy 66 saying, I think it's funny that I still want to finish the sushi stop design, but I can use both in different places of that issue. Yeah. That's not actually what I need to pick up at the moment. It's that one. A bit where that goes off. Do I have a bit where that goes off anywhere this far down the belt? That's a good question. I planned at one point in the long, long past to have logs on, or I think logs on the belt. That's what that empty belt is. I never put logs on the belt. I've been hand feeding the chests that actually call for logs to make it work. I've been harvesting too many from chopping down trees, so that's been enough. Okay, and then I don't want to make the biomass. Looks like it's mostly made by compost. So that would be an argument for composting something else I'm not using at the moment. Okay. Or as a byproduct of making starch, which we don't make yet. Okay. Okay, so I need to build a composter because I will need some biomass. All that fun stuff, including the 10 intermetallics. Yeah, guys, 667, thanks, Rupted. You've perfectly assisted my plan, probably in reference to proving the transportive stuff. Oh, I'm not going to have enough aluminum. I'm going out of my way to get some more. Here we go. Okay, so I need 10 intermetallics. Let's see if the assemblage has made some intermetallics for me. Get that composter going. And all of this so we can make the artisanally make some of the inputs we need to build our power plant components. Ah, convenient. 10. Okay. You're held up by that, it's held up by that, which is held up by 2 aluminum, so we'll feed you a little bit more. Looks like I'm out of antimony oxide as well. Let's go fetch some of that. Okay, you're out of solid fuel. Toss some of the solid fuels I have on me in. Make you run for very long. Basic oxygen furnace goes through fuel like there's no tomorrow. Oh, power. That makes sense. Like, why is it not working? It hasn't any power. It needs power. Bet at 9 it needs 10, so it didn't work. Okay. Grab a bit more biomass. Give it another feeding. Fish farm is fish farming. Bones, meat, skin, and guts. Okay, so to build what I need for my power plant, I need 6.4 power plants, 1 heat exchanger. So I actually need basically 7 power plants. All things said and done. The power plant is going to require 3 mechanical parts each. So I need 21 mechanical parts for the power plants. So I need 24 if we include the heat exchanger, and the heat exchanger also needs 2 gearboxes, which are the components in mechanical part. So I need 26 gearboxes, which means I'll need 52 shafts, 104 duraluminum. We made our first fish at 97 hours and 54 minutes for watching this on the YouTube highlights. This is trying to get gear shafts and stuff set up for sort of artisanally making our first power plant. But that requires fish. So fish have been made. Not enough to do a render fish yet, but we'll have that coming soon. If you're watching the highlights, we'll be back with the next highlight bit. And then Twitch is saying, hell yeah, set up a newer, better battery production line. Oxygen, how powerful ye make my base be of necessity, yes. Oxygen production, at least for electrolysis, is mighty power consuming. Fully automated the trains to make their better battery, making some good progress. Seems like my Twitch chatters are probably making better progress than I am, which maybe isn't that surprising. Okay, so I need to make 50-something shafts. Shafts are made out of the iron, nexalite, antimony special oxide. 5 each, so I need like 250 these. That stacks to 100, so I need to set up a chest so I can buffer like 300 of that for shaft production. Fish is what I make. Cryptid seems to be doing good stuff too. Just trying to build everything properly with trains. There's so many things to build. Yeah, so many things to build. I'm gonna have to improve the bus at some point to produce a little bit more of it on the bus and a little bit less of it by hand in the long run. This might seem a little weird because this has absolutely nothing to do with the bus, but I have decided I need a solid fuel source for the antimony oxide production. I'm going to make enough antimony oxide. Tag I-66, haha. Solid fuel. It seems like it was nearly at rockets and vanilla before I realized that solid fuel had a use as a fuel. Seems like intermediate to me. I think I got rocket fuel first. Well, once you got rocket fuel, you just use rocket fuel like it's solid fuel, right? Like I was saying, right, I just skipped it. Like I skipped solar panels and artillery and canister weapons and flamethrowers and trains and yeah. To be fair, if you're playing like vaguely vanilla Factorio, even an expansion Factorio, there's a lot of things you can just be like, yeah, that would be nice, but I don't need that, and just skip them. I think in Space Age, like, there's Tesla towers. I didn't use Tesla towers. Would that probably have been useful? Probably. Did that mean I used it at all? Nope. I'm gonna need so many shafts. Like 250 something of them. Okay, in the meantime, I've been looking at the end of the line. Presumably I need a salt mine and a basic oxygen furnace to get my molten salt. So let's see. Control F, salt. Faintly found some deposits. Yeah, okay, that's probably the most convenient one right there. Now, what do I need to build a salt mine? Oh, and I need mechanical parts for the salt mine. Okay, so I need like 62 mechanical parts. Make the whole thing. That's gonna be a while. You make 2 every 20 seconds, so I get 1 every 10 seconds, and I need... I'll be less conservative on this estimate. I need like 300 of those iron excellent bars. So... Oh no, I need like 250... 200... One shaft per part? And 2 shafts per gearbox. And it was the 50-something, 60-something that I needed gearboxes. So, 120 gearboxes times 5... I'm gonna be waiting here for these to be built for a while. Okay. If I'm sitting here waiting for them, I'll be waiting here a while. They're being built. The only thing I need to hand deliver at the moment is the antimony oxide. Well, there's nothing necessarily saying me that's what I need to be sitting here waiting for. Although, yeah, for you, that would be the only thing I'd be waiting here. Or you'd be waiting for duraluminum and nickel plate to be delivered. Yeah, I think the forest is just a little too dense there. I'm going to have to drop the forest back just that little bit. Okay, so that should be the antimony dioxide coming over as fast as it's being produced. The operative word as fast as it's being produced. I have to scale that up eventually. What I'm trying to do right now is get that set up roughly terribly belt-fed, so that it is running without my input, so I can come back and get the bits I need when I need them, so I can multitask. I'm not sitting here staring at a chest, waiting for 300 or something to be built. So maybe an argument this is a situation where I should be using the electric conserver. For the speed. Then I have to go find some duraluminum. And then I'd really, at this point, need to use 4, which means I need 4 duraluminum. That's helping to keep the thing running longer between insertions. I think it's just one of those situations where I just need multiple inserters feeding it fuel. the inefficiency of trying to use raw coal for something that should really be proper coal. Or even more of the refined stuff. 3 megajoules is maybe not cutting it for the insertion of these basic furnaces. Oops. Okay, you're only using the left one. It's maybe not correct to be bringing aluminum over here as well, but we got it on the half belt, so it'd be fine. Yeah, the only thing you're missing then for self-feed is the nickel ore. Oh, now I should be putting that belt the wrong way. It needs to come from here, not go from here, or go to here. Raw coke into coke generates tar. Raw coke or coal alone is easy to make. Saved at 44 million tar in tailings ponds. Now I'm spending some of it. Recommend some amount of long-term storage for pesky oversupplies. Turned out fine. Space is cheap. Blue Dorito metal. Yeah. Okay, you need more fuel, so we'll sort of do that for the fuel supply for the moment. Long term, it might be worth trying to upgrade to an electric drill for there. Well, that wouldn't actually be too hard to do. Maybe we should start upgrading the fluid drills to electric. Struggle of just building all the small parts. This is why I try not to handcraft things. Because I'm too lazy to carry around tons and tons and tons of small parts, so I end up handcrafting the small parts. And yeah, apparently the base was running, and we were not having enough power, which is what made me think, oh, I need to improve the power plant. Now that I'm trying to do the stuff to build the power plant, the base is barely running, so we got plenty of power if the base isn't running. Here we go. Then we need to drag fuel over here. Just run to its heart's content. Off the mining fluid and the electricity. You're waiting for things to transport, but the slaughterhouses are turned off because the product doesn't go anywhere. Yeah. Well, I can be saying it wherever I'm thinking about it. Titanium aromatics. Vacuum anthracene oil. That wants to be further down south, and I run a line off to get the titanium, I think. Why do you have no latex slabs? Something else broken up here. No sodium alginate. There's no sodium alginate because no stone. But yet some iron on the belt for some reason. Why do I have iron on my stone belt? What mistake did I do where? How is the odd iron plate getting on the stone bait? It's got to be hard to tell because the stone belt's backed up like this. I'm not pulling enough stone for the answer to be obvious. Well, that isn't it. Whatever this problem is, it's way back here. What did I screw up on that belt? That's where the problem's coming from. You're still getting iron from somewhere. Okay, so it might be a little more obvious where the iron's coming from. It's definitely getting on that belt. It's definitely not supposed to be on that belt. Ooh, does it come from the left or the right is the problem. Check right first. Okay, so it can't be coming from there. You're coming from a byproduct of that system. Probably left. Ah, there it is. That's where it's coming from. Okay, so that'll filter off the small amount of iron oxide, get fed into a line that's already handling iron oxide. And then I just need to track down all the iron oxide on the line and clean it up. Okay, that's one that made it up into that system. Okay. That system drained of all the iron that's randomly found its way in. Iron oxide's like ash, but less commonplace. I've been here before with moss, feeding it through the whole factory. Yeah. Yeah, in this case, it's I'm feeding the iron plate through the stone line because I accidentally got mixed onto the stone line as a derivative of getting rid of the iron oxide. So I had a solution for the iron oxide, and it was originally to dump it on a iron line, but I did away with the iron line and screwed up and did not properly replace the iron oxide output when re-plumbing it to be a stone line. So it ended up being a stone and iron plate line, which was definitely not the right solution. Okay. So I think, well, there wasn't very much of it in the system to start with, but it is diffused quite deep, so I think we got most of it out. Okay, now, where was I? What was I doing before I realized I had a problem? I think I was contemplating how to set up my heavy oil refinery to make a rubber. Because I was checking up the latex when I realized something was wrong. Okay, that was one of the contributing factors to why the base wasn't using it wasn't using a lot of power. Explains like half the power missing. Yeah. So just fixing that doubled the amount of power consumption on the base. As bits of the base awoke now that they had proper feed. You put out low temperature steam. Although you do put out a lot of low temperature steam. So probably the best way to avoid that is a bunch of furnaces, or a bunch of steam engines. Ethylene, anthracene. Your vacuum. Okay, so I need to go get a pump. And more pipe. I actually got everything for the vacuum pump. Okay, so I need to go get more pipe. My engine's spilled. You need titanium plate. Okay. Okay, so just need titanium. Toss you some from my inventory, get you started. You're running. Now I just need the plastic. Or the latex. Okay, give enough time. The stoppers will back up. Stoppers back up. These will back up, and these will back up. Then I'll start storing latex there that I can use in other places in the base. Okay, what is wrong with that system? We're not using enough coke? That's what it is? Yeah. Which, of course, is all biased on the one side of the belt. So it not being used on... specifically not being used on that side of the belt is an issue. Okay. Gets me more coke oven gas. More coke oven gas means I can get more hot bricks. More hot bricks means I can get more metal. Oh, that's only a temporary solution. I'm not using the coke fast enough. It says I only have the scaled for 80% uptime, right? So that downtime is the 20% downtime? Yeah, that looks like that. Okay. Another thing I can do while I'm over here is reroute the titanium belt, part of the titanium belt. So I don't have to hand feed that setup. Working on a moment ago. Oh no, I know, that's not the right place for that. That'll work. Okay, so that should be rubber working, as soon as I can get some latex to it. Okay, let's try to grab the stuff for that and get a bunch of those handcrafting. Mostly lead. And yes, we need a lot of these, so we're just going to handcraft a lot of these so we can get these things under construction. What am I short on? Oh, I'm actually at this point short on the iron excellent antimony alloy. Okay. We'll grab what duraluminum hasn't been grabbed, and we'll go shove that in the factory, and I'll go help my grandfather with the trash and make a cup of tea while the handcrafting here handcrafts. $41 duraluminum. Have I actually made any of the shafts yet? No, none of the shafts have been made. We'll let that work for a bit. I'll be back. Gonna be making some tea while the handcrafts here. Thai Guy 606 is saying night. Just got back with the tea. Of course, I don't have the space for that. Okay. How do I make the inventory better here? Brakes, control panels, shafts, utility box, and the rubber. Wait, sodium out? No, that's not the one I want. Need the latex, which is actually farther down the line. Shame. Oh, that does give me a consumption, I suppose, on the slot ring. Okay. Now I have some latex. Don't have enough, but I have some latex. I can feed to the rubber maker. Oops, that's my out, not my in. There's my in. In it goes. One latex becomes one rubber. And we've got rubber! First rubber at 99 hours and 28 minutes. So if you're watching on YouTube highlights, we're trying to assemble the bits that I need handcraft-wise to make that power plant. And rubber is one of the components, so there's some rubber. Catch you whenever we get the next thing made for the first time, or have the power plant done. And if you're not watching the highlights, you gotta be along with me for the ride. However long that takes. Utility box, control panel, brakes. Breakthrough proprietary. Okay. Of course, I'm not currently boxing, so I've got none of. One of these is the control panel, so I'm gonna have to make batteries. I'm gonna have to start the recipe up for batteries. Okay. Okay, that's a different antimony oxide recipe. Lead antimony oxide, okay. Melamine. Interesting. Although, gonna need to make a lot of archpetics. I suppose I could limit this by the archpetics and just do the one of everything recipe. Then I only have to have 4 of these. How do I make you? Directly craft you. We can untire a tired one. Uncage one. You can be bred in the paddocks, okay. And probably breeding the paddocks is probably the way I want to make everyone besides the first one. Bear DNA. Let's get some og breeding going. Oh, I need to build a specialist og pasture. And they're obviously beefier things, because unlike the varg pasture, they require intermetallics. Although I have most of what I need for that. Okay. Okay, so if we make you make og pups, the basic recipe, that's moss, water barrels, everything we're already using for the reproductive complex over there. In fact, in many ways it's simpler, because this one is also using sap, which you don't need. so now I need a pup. Or now I need an og to make more pups. You just need to require regular water, not the salt water that I'm currently feeding in. That's more complicated. Plasmids, retroviruses, moss gene samples, biosamples, incubated petri dishes. Oh, we need the generic one and 5 odd codexes. Okay. Where do I make the plasmids of the retrovirus? Do I make that in you? No, make animal samples, do you? Here are the DNA samples. Getting you. That's where I make the retrovirus, at least. Although the retrovirus does not look fun to make. Okay. Yeah, probably want to make that someplace else. I already got the hot air someplace else. I'm gonna have to make laboratory equipment from scratch. Oh dear. All of this to make the first one. I only need to make one, and then we can have the breeder setup make more. Something wrong with my anti-radioxide. It should be slow, but not 0. Well, that looked like slow, so it might be slow. Why do you have no power? Because you're not on the grid. Okay, now you're on the grid. Okay, so it's the antimony drill at the beginning of the line being the limiting factor. Presumably not making enough... or not making enough hydrogen, which is what's fueling the drill. Okay. The drill doesn't have to be fueled with hydrogen, just needs some fuel. So I've got enough patience that'll make the incubator to petri dishes for me. So we're short on glassware, plasmids and retrovirus, and the laboratory equipment. You would make glassware, but I basically turned the other portion of the system off. I say, although I maybe don't need the other portion of the system turned off. I definitely don't need to make science, though. So let's turn the science bits off. So I'm gonna make glassware. So I'll have to make codexes. What's the codex for those? Lamp, simple circuits, glass, tinned cable. There's 1. And I need 5 for you. 6 in total. 2. Lead, or no, the purple is the limiting factor, okay. 5 of the odd codexes queued up. I need 6 in total to get a breeding one. Even if the breeding one is going to be a little bit finicky, because I'm going to have to pass the one back and forth between the two buildings, but make it work. The fish one here is going to be breeding, and then I can use second one, or I suppose once I got them bred up, I can use it to make manure very slowly. Yeah, once I got it bred up, I can use it to make manure very slowly. Okay. What did I come running over here for? I came running over here for something. Oh, yeah, I need more automation science. That's what I came over here for. Made a run target the swap and switch. Wrong turn at the intersection. I need even more bear. I did not grab enough. I didn't remember how many I needed, so I just grabbed them. I'm like, oh, that's probably enough. It was not. Okay, still making those shafts, because we need so many of those shafts. Even if I need to solve the AUG problem realistically first, still gonna need the shafts as well. Okay, there we go. First bear DNA. I can grab glassware from somewhere, but I'll actually make it down here. Laboratory instruments, equipment chassis, optical set, rubber, so I need rubber for that. This can be made by hand. Optical set made in Glassworks, okay. I have to get some boron tetroxide though. An equipment chassis. Can be made by hand. Okay. So if that's enough... That's enough for one, I need 3. This means a retrovirus. Everything I need out of here for the moment. No, none of those are made in here. Retrovirus. Oh, and that's going to need more glassware and more laboratory equipment. This, of course, can't be that easy. And hot air. So I probably just want to make another one of these buildings somewhere where I can harvest some hot air. Okay, so I'm just down to the 3 cDNA, which is held up by plasmids, retrovirus, and the laboratory equipment. How do I make the boron tetroxide? Coke plus boric acid. Boric acid is diborane. Diborane is hydrogen plus borax. Okay. In electrolyzer. Okay. So I need the electrolyzer to do you. So I have the... Go to the product. Or does the product only have one output? I can only have one output. Okay. Boric acid gets splashed with water in another electrolyzer. Okay. I need to actually craft a second electrolyzer. It's more iron. And then that gets high pressure furnace, which I can just pick off the belt. And pick up the bus. And there's my boron tetroxide, which is what I need to make the optical set. Then I need retrovirus, which is made in incubator. Let's grab an incubator. I got that on the assembly line up here somewhere, I think. There we are. Back to do. And then the retrovirus goes into you. Another thing I need is a plasmid. The plasmid is made in the biofactory. Again, another one I do have here, I believe, somewhere. Made of the Zogna bacteria, which is another incubator. Pump. Pressure pump. And one of those steps needed hot air, and this is my hot air source. Laboratory equipment. The optical set. Oh, and the optical set needs, no, that one didn't need it. Wasn't you. The retrovirus. The retrovirus need it. And the plasma needed the Zognobacteria. Okay. And the incubated petri dishes, Zognobacteria, laboratory instrument equipment, and glassware. I came down here because I know I already have hydrogen down here, so I just need to run this down to the hydrogen. And then I probably have water relatively close. Gotta run the water up. So hydrogen. Makes diborane. Diborane plus water equals boric acid. Boric acid plus coke equals boron trioxide. Okay, so I'll have to bring those bits over. Let's make a bunch of wood while we're running about. That won't be too hard. And all of this just to make one AUG, so I can not have to make AUGs this way again. So I can make some power plants. Okay, if you're watching in YouTube highlights, we're in the process of trying to make our first AUG, which involves making an optical set. So we've just made an optical set 100 hours and 19 minutes into the run. And nowhere near doing this fast, but we're moving. We're making progress. I suppose at that point is where we'll swap back to jump to the next highlight. Yeah. Okay, what else do I need to finish that laboratory equipment up? The other half, I think, was handcraftable. I had the bits. I can find it in the whole setup here. Yeah, the equipment chassis were handcraftable. I have enough that I can make a couple of those. Oh, I need some rubber, so I'd have to go grab some rubber. It's not too hard to do. I think that's going to complain because I'm out of inventory space as soon as it tries to finish. Yep. Oh, that requires laboratory equipment too. Oh dear. Okay, shove you in there, shove you in there. Short the laboratory equipment. Split you half and half. Chunk of wood in there. Toss the lamps in there to make the bacteria. First Zogna bacteria. Made by this pitiful setup at 100 hours, 24 minutes. See you in the next highlight. Assuming people are watching the highlights. And I need to get rubber, which is why we grabbed the latex, because the the rubber maker probably needs more latex. Does. Oh, and it's 10 rubber per. Ooh. It's going to give me 2 retrovirus, and I need 3. and small parts. At least iron's abundant. I think I needed 3 plasmids as well. And if you're watching the highlights, we've just effectively handcrafted the plasmids at 100 hours and 27 minutes in. Again, working towards that power plant and all the things we need for it. In this case, working towards odds. And laboratory equipment. I need 6 laboratory equipment. To make my 3 cDNA, to make my 1 AUG, so I can make my AUGs make more AUGs. I'm gonna have to take 4 optical sets, which means I need more boron oxide. I'll make a few extra optical sets while we're converting these. More tin, which is easy enough to do. And more rubber. Gotta remember where I put the rubber. It's over here. Something up with my borax. Almost certainly there's no borax there. Because there isn't enough syngas. So I'm not using enough coke. So the syngas is backed up. Wait, no, the syngas is a different problem. Then coke, that was coke gas that was backed up because I'm not getting enough coke. Not using enough coke. Which might still also be backed up. Probably not using enough plastic. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Iron to do that. So we'll get a caravan outpost and we'll have it haul the plastic from point A to point B. No, that's not the problem. Yeah, that's not the problem. That's one of my syngas consumers. My tar isn't going anywhere. Why is my tar not going anywhere? It should be physically impossible for my tar not to go somewhere if it's plumbed right. Did I just have a pump around the wrong way the entire time? Yeah, I think I just had a pump around the wrong way the entire time. I was just running off of the fumes of an earlier syngas run. Okay. Oh, and if you're watching in the highlights, we just completed cDNA. First time, 100 hours and 40 minutes in. Again, in the process to making our first hog. And there it does. It goes and be made. I'll probably have a highlight when that one's done. Take 300 seconds. I think I have enough time to run across base and back again. Definitely making some duraluminum. Got to pick up 200. Go. Good start. Making those gearboxes, because oh, do we need so many gearboxes. I think I need like 36. Oh, this makes 3 each. Maybe I don't need as much as I'm thinking. Still need a lot. Guess I needed 7 of those, I believe. Seven of those, 1 of those. So I need 1 of those, which is 10 mechanical parts. That's 4 recipe or 4 recipes worth. And I need 1 of those, which is another. Okay, that basically sums into the previous one, so there's still 4 recipes. And then each of these is a recipe worth. I need 7 of those, so I actually need 11 recipes worth. Actually, that's enough gearboxes at the moment. Still need brakes, still need control panels, still need utility boxes, and effectively still need another 10 shafts, another 14 utility boxes. Let's try to get back before the AUG is done. Well, YouTube, in the highlights, we just finished the first AUG, and 100 hours and 45 minutes and 26 seconds. It's part of the way across base when that happened, but we just got back. So we're going to pick up that AUG, and we're going to have that AUG make AUGs. So we're going to have more AUGs. I normally think it takes 2 to tango, but you can make it work with 1. So as soon as we have the first pup, we're going to move it over to here, and it plus the pup, well, first 4 pups. We can have it to make the pups grow up, and we're good to go, I think. Hopefully. Oh, this is implying I get spent AUGs. Oh, I assume that's if we... Oh yeah, that's the fuel value recipe. Yeah, if you're watching in the highlights, we'll be back probably when we have the AUGs going. So I'll catch you in a moment. And if you're watching here live on YouTube, or live on Twitch, or in the unedited YouTube video, here we go. Okay, so there is 5. Yeah, go ahead and have it stop at this point. This is the slower of the 2 recipes, especially with only 1 AUG in here. And you lose the process, you lose the ongoing recipe if you take the og out, so you want to make sure you at least get what you need. Here we should get 2 to 4 ogs when these 4 grow up. We'll put 2 in here, get this going, and put the rest in here to make them faster. At which point I suppose I can move on to making them make poo for the manure. Which doesn't actually consume them? So that's the breeding. Yeah, for this step I just need the ox. I don't need to constantly replace them. They just take in stuff and spit out poo. No, I suppose they don't spit out poo, they poo out poo. And the liquid manure plus the Zogna bacteria makes the urea. The urea can get processed in cyanic acid and ammonia. And we're net ammonia on this recipe, net muddy sludge, net CO2. And overall, this makes batteries. Which we need for something. Oh. Made 3. 2 goes in there, 1 goes in there to speed up that recipe. And it's much faster now that we got 2 in there. So it's 15 seconds. We got crafting speed 1 on here. So 15 seconds per batch. You're actually up to crafting speed 1.2. So it's not even going to take a full 160 seconds for the next one. And then I suppose I need to start making some paddocks. For this recipe I'll need 7 paddocks. And I don't actually have a reason not to make 7 paddocks right now, so... Other than, well, the paddocks might not be cheap. Intermetallics. Okay, so what makes that expensive is the intermetallics of them. I may splurge and do it anyway. Okay, we get 3 going pretty easily. I think metallics for 3. I guess the system could probably do with a little bit more barrels. Wasn't a design to run with current setup because I put more barrel demand on the system. And with that, you can run at full speed. Okay, so I'm going to probably do a highlight here. If I remember to do the highlight here. If you're watching on the YouTube highlights, we've gone ahead and we've now turned 1 AUG into 7 AUGs. So 2 in the reproductive complex, 4 in the paddock. So the 4 in the paddock to raise the pups, so I can have effectively as many AUGs as I want, given enough time. So yeah, I have to put a limit on these. I don't think we need that many AUGs. Do like 4 stacks of AUGs. If I got more than 4 stacks of AUGs, I should probably be doing something with them. Or should stop producing them because I don't need them that badly. So yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, we'll be back with the next highlight. And if you're watching on Twitch or watching the Unedited version, we're still here. We've still got lots of little fiddly bits to do to make this recipe. At this point, I'm actually wondering if the 13 secondary miners might not, or secondary crushers might not be that hard of an ask. Yeah, that might not be that much of an ask. All things considered. Okay, let's check to see what the problem with the antimony oxide is. Might be plastic. Might actually have the caravan carry the plastic over there. Well, it's not plastic yet. If anything, it's lack of fuel, which is lack of hydrogen. Could route the surplus hydrogen over here. Probably need a couple pumps to make that a reality. Inventory is like, nope, I can spare you 1. Maybe. You wait until the rest of the queue's done. That's not going to be anytime soon. Okay, so he's collecting. So as soon as enough is made, he'll come running over here with it. And the question is, does it really make sense to run the hydrogen that far? And I suspect the answer is no. Yeah, it's probably no. Probably better off trying to route the heavy oil over. At least that's just a horizontal. I'd be wasting the surplus hydrogen, but we can always vent that to atmosphere. Just to get the mine running a little faster. Yay. Okay. So this will guarantee a little bit more uptime on the drill, giving it a better fuel. Yeah, now that drill's flying a lot better. So now we're more limited by unloading from the drill, or from the inserter here. The unload is the limiting factor here. Okay. Okay, so I think we're at the point where you are now the limiting factor. Yeah. Okay, time to get back to base, figure out what we can handcraft. Slash what's actually holding us up. On getting some of these production chains constructed so we can support the construction of the power plant so we can have all the power we want. I say jokingly because, like many things, power, once you have power, you always need more power. Okay, so we're looking good on the iron Nexilite special alloy. I need more of the vitrolloy. I need more of the intermetallics. Brakes, control panel, utility box. Okay, if I grab all the stuff, I can build 4 of those fairly easily, and then I can grab more plastic bars to make another 10. Brakes is the vitrolloy, so we're held up on that until I get vitrolloy going. A little bit faster. And the control panel is the batteries. Okay. so he's going to complain about food until I bring him some. So I only have to give him some food so he can go get food. Probably going to wait to give him a couple pieces of meat. Closer than try to run all the way to the brains. Now, do I need to give him 2 or do I need to give him 1? I only need to give him 1, then he'll go get the food on his own. If I need to give him 2, giving him the 1 will cause him to run to where he needs to go get his food. And then expect me to feed him again to get the food. Oh, he wants jerky, not meat. This is not jerky. Fair enough. It's jerked. Okay, so he's going to go get food, in theory. Let me guess, there's no food in the stockpile. Okay, I've fixed him. I had to take the jerky out. Oop, sorry about the mic. Whoop. Scratch my face. Around the mic. Isn't the smartest of minds. Okay, meantime we built 4 control panels and think we're going to want like 15. So if I can go fetch another 50 off the belt. I know I just said I'm having him bring the belt, but they're not going to wait for him to come back. I'm not sure he's going to be coming back anytime soon. Should still be some on the belt. More than enough. Okay, gathering off the belt at 7.5 a second. Yeah, that should be all the tin I need. So got the plastic, got the tin, got the circuit boards. I think I just need the copper. Oh, it's enough for 5, sorry. Stuff I need for the next 5. Okay, that's enough ceramic, enough steel, enough... Well, actually, not enough duralumin, because we'll need, for 15, I'll need... No, that's enough duralumin. It'd be enough for 15. Wait. No, that's enough for 5. Thinking 15, I should grab enough for 15, so I need 150 ceramics. 300 duraluminum. 75 of the steel. Anyway, we're probably not going to get enough aluminum off the belt here. Okay, it's the antimony oxide starting to work its way into the intermetallics, which means we're making some vitrolloy. There we are, there's some vitrolloy. And then, yeah, the big thing that's going to be the holdup is I need batteries for one of those components. Which means I need the Aug Pastures to make manure. Move them down by one. They make some sense when they're in. That really doesn't make any sense right now. So that doesn't work. That leaves no space. That leaves only one space. That'll leave two space. Okay, now I just need the splitters and obviously the ogs to put into the manure bits. Twitch chat saying, or Reptid on Twitch chat saying, time to extend the bus more? Maybe. I'm trying to not do that until I have a power plant to properly power the expansion. But yeah, so I'm thinking we're not going to be expanding the bus today. But I think the next stream is just going to be nothing but bus expansion. Going to be adding more and more and more things to the bus. To be fair, most of this to-do list is add things to bus. So we're going to be adding things to bus. And, well, some of it's going to be, not in the to-do list, but some of the stuff we're going to have to do is, okay, you want to add X to the bus, right? Well, to add X to the bus, you probably, need to have Y on the bus already. So it'll be like things like, oh yeah, we'll probably need intermetallics on the bus, which means we probably want something a little bit more robust for intermetallic production. So on and so forth, down the proverbial list of stuff. It is a big list of stuff. And I need to get refined concrete going again so I can be refined concreting my roads instead of just putting concrete on them. Two bioreactors, structure distillation column, fluidized bed reactor. Those are things I haven't built in the bus. Chemical one I can build in the bus. The rest we can just pick up from the bus. The manure facility starts up slowly. Mostly because it's spending most of its time trying to grab native flora. But it'll go a little bit faster once it's got to its happy little space. There we go. And it's going to start grabbing moss. And manure. Make a fluidized bed reactor, and now we need one of those. Oh, I'm getting a bunch of pipes, because of course I am. Emitter metallics for the chemical plant, okay. What's the other two I needed? Built you bioreactors. Bioreactors also require metallics, okay. A lot of iron. Both bioreactors are in the queue. The chemical plant is very rapidly going to be just any metallics holding us up. Although that's the vitriol holding us up. We got brakes and control panels to go for 45 mechanical parts. And I think the control panels need batteries, so I think the control panels need like 45 batteries to build 15. Gonna need 30 vitriol for the brakes. Got 18. Yeah, waiting on the hand queue, waiting on the vitriol, which is waiting on the antimony oxide. So we're making progress, it's just slow. I need to make two, so it always puts one aside at the moment for what I need vitriol, and puts one in the intermetallics. want me to start on the chemical plant. As soon as that one's done. Do you have smelters on the bus? I think they have them on the bus, but I don't have to handcraft that as well. Check distillation column. Okay. I think I might have to handcraft the smelter. Well, a long-term plan would be to add it to the bus, but yeah, we're gonna handcraft this one because we're only going with one right now. Okay, I think I can work with that combo. So that's going to need exhaust. Long term, we probably get that sent somewhere a little more productive. At the moment, it's just getting chucked. Need that later. I grabbed it too early in the queue. Okay, I conveniently have a water line down there. Okay, and then you need the urea, so you want to be relatively close to it. But I don't really want you over there, so I guess I'm going to load it onto a belt, take the belt of it over there. Okay, so I think we've got most of the parts for that. And what I don't have, I can probably go pick up. Or handcraft fairly easily. I'm out of pipe. Go grab some more pipe. And it's the regular straight pipe because it's getting subsumed into construction projects, I suspect. Subsumed into the handcrafting. Oh, and you need liquid fuel, because of course you do. I already got it down there, and it'll be a little bit of a spaghetti to get it up here, but it shouldn't be that hard. Okay, stolen incubator, get it all the stuff it needs, and it'll start... Well, I gotta go grab the manure as well. Go grab the manure as well, and then it'll start making us some batteries. Okay, there's probably not enough of something in the system, and I suspect it's the barrels. There's probably not enough barrels. But got some decent manure, which is probably more than enough to get the system started at least. I have no glass that I need to make a light bulb. Okay, making Zogna bacteria in a new location. And I need to actually feed you the manure, otherwise you don't do anything. And that's manure. And you need antibody oxide and lead plate. Lead plate's easy. Antibody oxide, less slow. Okay, gonna queue up 15 brakes. I must use ceramics on something, because I should have ceramics for that, but I don't. I was hoping there'd be more duraluminum here. Answer to is there more duraluminum here is nope. Not really. Okay. There's my 15 brakes queued up. Next up is getting enough of the control panels, which looks to mostly be batteries. Which we set everything up for. It's just, do we have enough antimony oxide to feed the setup? The answer right now, I believe, is no. Kind of force that to be yes by turning off intermetallics for a while. Yeah, let's force that to be a yes for a moment by turning intermetallics off. Yeah, we just short control panels to start making mechanical parts 1. I need so many intermetallics. I'm thinking we need like 7 of these, so that's 350 intermetallics. After the mechanical parts. And I need 1 salt mine. I can probably get away with a single salt mine. And then we need 1 heat exchanger to exchange heat from the salt to the steam, the pressurized steam. Well, technically pressurized water, which becomes pressurized steam in that situation. That's 7 intermetallics and 1 mechanical part. Oh, and a couple gearboxes. Good measure. I'm missing an inserter. Oh, and I have no overflow venting. And we know we're overflowing on ammonia here. Okay. Cyanic acid, or yeah, the cyanic acid overflows. We got an overflow there. I need to set up the overflow component. And if the ammonia overflows, we got an overflow there. Okay. You've already turned all that into manure. Okay. All the manure into the thing, which is urea. And the first lead antimony oxide goes into you. I suppose I don't actually have an inserter for you yet, so that's that. Gonna have to hand feed the graphite, the bolts, glass. Okay, let me go grab some graphite. Queue up a bunch of bolts. Where are my bolts? This list. There's the bolts. I'm supposed to need the glass anyway, so I can just grab the glass from this line. With the graphite at the same time. Making batteries. And welcome back, YouTube highlights. At 102 hours in and 6 minutes, we've made our first battery. Technically made the first 3. So yeah, we got some batteries. So, see you in the next highlight. We might have mechanical parts in the next highlight. There I need glass. For each control panel I need 3 batteries, so I'd actually need 15 recipes worth of batteries just to make control panels that I'm thinking about. But I'm not sure, I got the count right. We're building or underbuilding, I think, right now. We're coming down here to grab more manure. Yeah, there's not enough barrels. Probably support the setup, I think. Getting a bunch more barrels. Because we've added more stuff to the setup, so the setup needs more barrels. Borrow some of these bolts for the other portion of the setup. It's not like we're using the automation science right now, so we'll take the automation science bolts. You make 3 at a time, right? Then how do I have 8? No, it looks like you're making 8 at a time, or making 1 at a time. I thought you made 3 at a time. Where did I get you were making 3 at a time? Oh, yeah, you only make 1 at a time. Okay. For some reason I thought it was 3. Yep, 10. I worked out the thing that I want actually consumes 3 at a time, so that's actually more of a concern. Yeah, you consume 3 at a time. Okay, adding more barrels to the system. More barrels should result in more manure being made. So 1/4 of all the barrels comes down this way. That hasn't been consumed by those. And at this moment, they're backed up far enough that if it comes this way, it goes that way. Okay, that's 15 batteries. Is enough for 5 of the control panels, so we can get glass. Enough quartz. What am I short on? Iron? Iron. Of all things. There we go. That was 5 under construction. I need more quartz. I'll have to go grab more quartz at some point. Okay, let's go grab the quartz now. It's not going to take me long to get those 5 constructed. And then we can make our mechanical parts. First 5 batches of mechanical parts. And maybe start mining some salt. Apparently I remember that being past the glass. It's not, it's before the glass. Okay, that's more quartz than I probably need, but that's fine. And 1 mechanical part. 102 hours and 16 and a half minutes in, we have our first batch of mechanical parts. And the next highlight will probably be us trying to do some salt mining. Everything goes according to plan. Okay, what do I need for the salt mine? Because that's probably what I should start with. Start with the beginning of the lines and the end of the line. 20 metallics and a whole lot of metal. Let's turn the metallics back on. Oops. Grab some meat. That's not what we need. I'm not picking the copper right now because I don't want to be picking up the stuff with it. Here we go. One salt mine. Support that, I'll need a basic oxygen furnace. Let's look at the molten salt. So cold molten salt is made out of salt 300 every 30 seconds. The salt mine... Okay, so we can see it burns a fluid, so I'm gonna have to run a fluid up there. Mines the salty rock. How fast? Well, apparently I can extract it via an evaporator from saline water if I was interested in getting salt without going to the salt mine. You can also use it to make saline water. That's an option. Although we don't actually have that recipe. We have the mine the rock option. Sorry, mine in the rock. Trying to figure out how many oxygen furnaces I need per salt mine. One, maybe two. We'll go with one. Won't be maximally efficient, but I think that's fine. And even though it goes in basic oxygen furnace, it does not take oxygen. It just takes a lot of solid fuel. There's my salted rock. Apparently these trees like salt, because they're all over it. Okay, I don't know what it takes to make a storage tank. I should have probably brought the stuff for a storage tank. Oh, actually, forgot. I have some 5 tanks on me, so we've got storage tanks. Okay, do you fit on here? It's the crystal mine. It's the wrong mine. Here's the salt mine. There was one tree on the salt mine. That's actually, to run at full speed, that needs a lot of inserters to get that much salt in there. That's 10 salt a second. Oof. Yeah, to run fast now, that's going to need a lot of inserters. Yeah, that's 13 inserters. That's going to be my molten salt storage once I get this running. Obviously going to need to take some liquid fuel up here and some solid fuel. In theory, I should already have coal coming up here. Yeah. We're gonna ash return there. I'm gonna run out of belts and have to go grab more belt. Or am I? Yes, yes I am. Or I'm just gonna handcraft some because I'm waiting. You know, with this proximity to where my belts are, it might actually be faster to grab belts. Yeah. It wasn't. Almost was, though. Do I have pumps or do I need to build pumps? Looks like I need to build pumps. The hydrogen coming off that's not going to be enough. Nowhere near enough. Where is my heavy oil? Here's the heavy oil line. Yeah, I probably didn't even need to run that far south. I could have run horizontal when I got to the bus. That's what I should have done. That's what I will do. But you... What? That's heavy oil. That's heavy oil. So those should be able to be merged. Somehow we got like 400 shale oil there. It's like, nah, you can't do that. It's like, well then how did it work in the first place? And if everything's going according to plan, there will soon be salt. And soon after, molten salt. There's the salt into the basic oxygen furnace, which doesn't require any oxygen for this reaction. Although it needs a whole lot of inserters to load that salt fast enough. Just shovel it in. And I have molten salt. Remember, we'll make that a highlight, even though it isn't a time pop up there. But yeah, we got molten salt. Next step is to build the stuff that uses the molten salt. Technically, I'm stockpiling it because we only need a certain batch per power plant, so I don't have to continually make it, although we're going to be continually making it for a while. But yeah, if you're watching YouTube highlights, if I did in fact make a highlight out of this, I hope you're enjoying the highlights. We'll be back probably with the power plant next. Catch you in a bit. And if you're watching live or watching on the unedited version, you get to enjoy me try to do that. So, obviously I think I need more batteries, or at least more other things. You don't have any batteries because you don't have any lead antimony oxide or urea. The next big component. Do I work backwards or do I look forwards? I could, for example, build a coal power plant if I've got the ingredients, which would be 50 intermetallics. That doesn't do me any good without the heat exchanger. Although the heat exchanger doesn't do me any good without a turbine. And I haven't even looked into what it needs to take to build the turbine. That's a multi-bladed fish blade. Could definitely do that for more renewable power. There's the high-pressure turbine. And what we're planning on building is enough for one of those. Brakes, gearbox, shaft, utility box, intermetallics pipe, pure aluminum. Okay, I temporarily just yoink all these. I am short simple circuit boards, small parts, and duraluminum. So if I have duraluminum, that's going to be all the way at the end. Anyway, I need one turbine, one heat exchanger, and then the rest is just using the stuff. Okay, so we don't have enough duraluminum here. I might be able to find it for someplace else. here we go. One high-pressure steam turbine being made. That's the end of the line. Nothing else matters if we don't have one of those. And welcome back, YouTube highlights. We've made a high-pressure steam turbine by hand. We need one of those to make the power plant worth anything. So I decided I'd be building from necessary components. So that's a necessary component. The next thing will be the heat exchanger, and then the coal power plants will actually be the lowest priority because, in theory, the power plant will work with one. It won't work at full speed, but it'll work with one. So catch you when we have more parts. And if you're watching, again, watching live on Twitch or watching on the Unedited YouTube, we're going to keep working towards that goal. Apparently, I need more metal, although it's probably wanting pipe. Pipe and steel. Oh, pipe and lead, okay. Grab the lead. Okay, intermetallic, some... Oh, I still need more duraluminum. Duraluminum's probably going into the phi tank there. I would guess. Okay, got the duraluminum. It's intermetallic and the iron. I'll grab some iron so it's not complaining about iron. Oh, it's also complaining about some steel. There we go. And then we'll have to go check to see if we got the intermetallic. And I'll grab the pipe as we're on our way out. Which will probably accelerate the construction a little bit. Okay, one heat exchanger. From then on out, it's going to be building the power plants as intermetallics and the other components become available. No, I didn't ding for that one. Oh well. Yeah, so I suppose for that, it's just the duraluminum, the copper, the iron. We've got the 3 parts for the first... Oh, that's an oil power plant. We've got the 3 parts for the first coal power plant. So we may be able to get the bare minimum power plant going tonight. Over here, over there. I think over here. Actually, no, we'll do over on the right side. I gotta remember when I nick the coal line here, nick the fuel line, I probably don't want to stick it. I probably want to steal it from here because I'm going to want the ash to be processed by this ash facility. So basically redirect it away from one of those boiler arrays and effectively make the boiler array dysfunctional because it's obsolete at that point. Let's grab a steel so I can make a pump. Okay. So, how do I want to do this? I can always redesign this once I have these. But, something like that would work. Think on that. I'll be right back. Use the facilities. Sorry about that. Back from the facilities. So yes, we got the coal power plant theoretically there. How many do I actually need? I'm assuming 8. I probably am rounding the wrong way. Yeah, I'm rounding up too much, so I actually need 7. And yeah, that would be probably simplistic from a fluid standpoint. It might not be enough from loading unloading perspective, though. So from a loading unloading perspective, we're looking 14.1 divided by 0.77 if I'm just using the normal inserter, or normal unpowered inserters. So I need 18, oh, I need 19 inserters divided by the 7 of them. So I need like 3 each to load and to unload. So I need a 3 unloading. Okay, that shouldn't be too hard. Even if I'm only exposing on one side. Okay. Okay, so that's the ash out, that's the coal in. That's kind of what that might look like. And obviously we'll need to run the plumbing. Okay, let's start trying to clear out the trees. So yeah, I've obviously got to go. We may redesign this later when we're going to run more coal through here. Should be enough. Well, this is one turbine worth. So more than this, and I need more than one turbine, which means I need more than one heat exchanger. Okay, let's start pumping it into that tank for that system. It's going to take a while to fill the system up. I think I want the system pretty much full before I start actually powering the power plant up, so... Although once it is full, the system doesn't need to be connected anymore. The system sort of designed around one fill, and then it's done. do. Here we go. Okay, so with that, it should be fully assembled, with the exception of the coal power plants. And we need to kind of wait for some molten salt to pile up. It's not enough there. Oh, not completely. I need to get my pressurized water set up as well. So I need a pressure pump to turn water into pressurized water. So then we can turn it into pressurized steam. Suppose during this period of surplus power, I should be processing the ash down. If I can. These ones have already been emptied. That's good to see. Yeah. In addition to that, I need to then crush the coal, because I think we're going with this one, which is less coal in, but you're getting a little bit more power by getting more efficient crushed products. So I need 13 crushers. The secondary crusher? Secondary crusher. You know, a bunch of duraluminum in that. Gonna be the hold up on getting that all built out. So I need... I'm gonna hand make all 15. I might as well grab... or 13. Might as well grab the 650 small parts. Saves a little bit of crafting time. And as much of the steel... well, we'll grab all the steel plate as well. And then we might not be able to build it all at once because I'm gonna have the duraluminum for that. Okay. Parts. It's gonna be 400 plus another 3 times 40, so it's 520. Steel. Steel small parts. I'm gonna need more circuits. So 325. Might as well go 350 or something. We need simple circuits for other things as well. And then the duraluminum is going to be it's going to be hard to find enough of. I don't think we're making enough of it realistically for very rapid builds involving duraluminum. We've already grabbed all that duraluminum. Haven't grabbed that duraluminum. Although that's now all of that. Okay. exhausted that line. There might be some down that one. Nope. Oh, there is some down this one. Lamps. I'm actually short on the copper. There we go. So that'll be all 13 crushers required. Get that crushing. Oh, actually, no, that's not what I want. Let's build it first. I think it'll make a little more sense after I got it built. Okay. So I got 13 crushers. Do something like 6 and 7. One, 2, 3. Okay, so down the middle, we're gonna unload them onto a belt. And how much product am I making, crushing-wise? Every 3 seconds, 3.3 things come out. So 4, 5, and inserters. Even less on the input side. Actually, oh, and wait, it's 3 every 3 seconds, isn't it? Yes, it's 3.3 every 3 seconds. So it's 2. Okay, it's 2. Yeah, 2. I'm getting ahead of myself. Way too many inserters. 2 each. Okay, so if everything goes according to plan, these crushers should improve the quality of the coal. So 3 megajoules of raw coal gets made pretty much into those components such that we actually get more units out. The crushed coal is worth 6. The coal is worth 4. Those alone are more product than the input raw coal in fuel value. And assuming my burners are not picky on which ones they have, we can just crush them, toss them on the same belt, feed them into the burners. Yeah, I don't think this cares which fuel it's being fueled with. Just as long as it's being fueled, it should work. So 8.5 plus 4.2 plus 1.2 is less than 15, so it shouldn't actually be quite enough to fill that belt, but it obviously isn't going to eat a full belt either. It provides more power than the full belt of the rock coal, so. Okay, so now I need to start building the power plants to go on the end of the power plant stack. So we have enough parts for it. Find out in a moment. So for those mechanical parts, I already got 4, okay. We have enough intermetallics. I suspect, ooh, I think we might have enough for exactly 1 power plant. Yeah, I have exactly enough for 1 power plant. Okay. Need 20 steam engines, I got 15. Just grab the 15 missing ones. The gasifiers. I know we make gasifiers, so just go grab 3 of them. Make construction real fast. Gasifiers. Nope. I'll fix what's wrong with that belt. Then simple circuits and small parts and steel plates. Okay. I have a suspicion, yeah. Didn't tell it not to grab ash, so there's going to be the odd bit of ash somewhere. Construction mistakes. That'll fix it. My question is, how much effort am I going to put into finding every last lone piece of ash that's found its way down this belt? Say not a lot. I think that's enough effort. Then we grab the circuit boards. Don't have the gas refinery, so I'm gonna have to grab the circuit boards, grab the steel. Okay. There's 200. I just need to grab the circuit boards. We'll go all the way to the end for the circuit boards, so I don't have to pick up other stuff, bring stuff. One coal power plant. There we go. So if you're watching on the highlights, we've built the first coal power plant. We're going to go install it. I'll show you what the setup will look like. Setup uses 7 of them. Obviously, the setup won't run at full speed. But the setup can now begin to run, providing more power. So if you're watching on YouTube, oh, you get to see the bus for a moment here, because I gotta run to the other end of the bus. It's literally at the other end of the bus, so it shouldn't take that long to get there. So this is probably also going to be the last highlight from this video, if you're watching this in the highlights video, or from the stream, I mean. Because we're going to be building a few more of these, but unless I get all of them built tonight, we probably won't have another highlight. So there we go. So there's the first coal power plant running. Or trying to run. Might need to put a few more inserters, import-export inserters on it. Whether that's the right amount or not is dependent upon how you're doing the math on the feed coal. So for example, you see the crushed coal, that's the right amount, but it's not always running crushed coal. So yeah, as you can see. Yeah, looks like we had some hot molten salt. Hot molten salt produces pressurized steam, which goes into the turbine and provides power. Power. The one turbine providing 473 megawatts of power. So once we get the entire thing done, that's going to more than double the power capacity of the base. Well, about double the power capacity of the base. Which should support building more base. So yeah, if you're watching on YouTube on the highlights, this is probably the last highlight from day 15, unless I get the other 6 of these built tonight. In which case I'll show you the whole thing, which you pretty much can see it here. This is what it's going to look like. It's going to be the 7 of these. The crushed coal components come in, get fed into the coal power plants to heat the molten salt. The heated molten salt boils water. The boiled water runs the high-pressure steam turbine. We've got the crushers over here closer to where they're getting mined. And this should be reasonably expandable. As we expand it, we'll just sort of... Every time we add a new batch of this, we'll sort of peel off another line of transport belt, or coal belt going into the old boiler stack, effectively to go into the new boiler stack. And this doesn't quite turn an entire belt into an entire belt, but I actually got the math here, right? So this is what it would run on if it was running raw coal. Crushing it turns into this. So if I'm getting 21 units of raw coal worth of power by crushing it through the 13, I think that's fine for the rounding to be off. That works. That just works. So that's just what we're going to roll with. So yeah, the belt isn't quite full, but I don't need the belt to be full. And I actually have the overflow going still into the old boiler stack, so everything's fine. But yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, this is probably the last one from day 15. If you're watching on Twitch or on the unedited version, we are going to continue for a little bit. We're going to try to build a few more of those before I call it for the night. I'm probably only going to play for another 10-20 minutes. So if you're watching on YouTube, see you in tomorrow's highlights. Well, I suppose if you're watching in the highlight version. If you're watching the unedited version or you're watching on Twitch, we're going to keep trying to build. That is what we're going to try to do. So I think the next thing we need to go do, or the next thing I need to go do, is grab a bunch of manure. More empty barrels in hopes that helps with the manure. I'm not seeing any indications anything but barrels being an issue, so if I can just put more barrels in the system, it'll probably help. And then we didn't manage to get 200 something manure. Oh, that's not good. I don't have enough heavy oil. I'm gonna have to figure out what's wrong with the heavy oil, because it running up and down is expected. It not running at all is not. My guess is it's probably stone backed up being an issue. Causing there not to be enough carriage in. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Okay, puts a little bit more demand on the stone. Although it's only temporary, I suppose, with the concern with that. A little bit more demand provides us a little bit more Keratin. A little more Keratin means a little more shale oil. A little more shale oil means a little bit more of the heavy oil that I'm using to power stuff up north. You got the reserve heavy oil. I don't have the, used all the flammables. All I wanted to do for burning, yeah. Okay, so now they're running, which is a good sign. I need so many intermetallics to get these power plants online. Oh, and you're short on lead. That's easy to fix. Where is my lead? I think we have a lead line. I might not have enough lead. That wasn't the problem I was expecting. It might mean there's something's wrong with the lead as well. Go nick it from the belt for the moment. Because it goes somewhere. There might not be much down here, but I'll grab what there is. Get it into that furnace so we can get the process going. And I'm gonna go check up and see what's wrong with the mine. Okay, it's probably more than enough for the foundry for the moment. Yeah, 5 of those batteries. Again, I think we need, like, more than 5, obviously, to get all these power plants going. Okay, the next one of you, I need 1 control panel, which is 3 batteries. Okay. The next of you is actually the next power plant. I suppose we can get that actually under construction, get tossed in there, get that built. Cool. Let's go follow up with what's going on with the lead plant. I suppose I have it directed specifically into operating you. So if this is actually running at full speed, it's going to eat all our lead. And that is right now the limiting factor. So I may just have been using enough circuits recently that we're just not producing enough lead. Check up the mine anyway, make sure there's not something obviously wrong with the mine. So that's the titanium mine. There is something wrong with the titanium mine, which is easy enough to fix. One of the mines is empty. That's not a serious problem. Yeah, doesn't seem to be anything... Well, but what's wrong is there's not enough acetylene. Okay, so I need to buff acetylene production. I want more lead. I suppose that's supposedly hitting the titanium as well. Titanium has the same problem. Also runs off of acetylene. Although, in the case of the titanium is backed up, so that's not the problem with the titanium. And the titanium is backed up because I am actually backed up in the titanium, which is probably fine. Half a belt of titanium from here to wherever it gets used is fine. So yeah, I need more acetylene, but I don't need it for the titanium, I need it for the lead. Investigate what's wrong with the ash over here. It obviously isn't processing. Because this iron oxide's backed up again. You know, I think I have enough belt. Let's run. These down to the other ash sorter down here. Interesting, I'm kind of against the grain here. Suppose if that's the case, I can do that. Yeah, that should work. Because right now the ash here is being preferenced to go up to feed tree farms. If that ash does come down here, and it probably will. I haven't set it up wrong. Oh, well, to be fair, if this thing is running, it eats the entire build, so that's not a problem. But yeah, any of the overflow should go and get processed. It isn't because I fixed the problem with it, but if it backs up again, that'll stop it from being an actual problem. It ungems the ash coming from over here. So we'll see a little bit more aluminum coming on the belt. Not that we were... Oh, that might have been affecting the duraluminum problem. That might be the cause of the duraluminum problem, actually. Yeah, that might have been the cause of the duraluminum problem, so I might have just fixed a problem. This ash belt was backed up. And that's coming from over here. Where... Okay, I don't think we were necessarily using those bricks, so that's not the end of the world. But yeah. Okay, let's grab some manure and head back up. Fixed some problems. There may be a more permanent solution to some of those problems, but problems have been fixed. Didn't get very much manure there. Although, apparently I had some in my inventory already. Barrels to drop off. Yes, let's drop those barrels off. And I don't have steel to make more. I'll grab some more steel while we're running up the belt. Eight more batteries. The one control console can go in there, be turned into mechanical parts. $58. To make the next power plant, I need 50. That's actually what I needed. Gotta go pick up all the other missing bits. Lots of small parts, simple circuit boards, and steel plates to go. Okay, so I have everything in the inventory to build it, but we'll grab all the steel parts, or the small parts, because it'll be a little faster. And we're waiting for the barrels to be made anyway. There we go. And the next thing to work on would be control panels, of which all we're missing is actually a simple circuit board. So let's grab some more simple circuit boards. That's actually off to a good start. And just run to where we installed the old power plant. And it may be ready by the time we get there. See if 4 helps keeping it actually running the full time. I think it probably will, but yeah, I think 4 is the magic number. 3 with all 7 of them should be enough to actually empty the belt. So that's probably what will end up happening once we have all of them in, is we'll empty the belt. And there we go. Less of the grid is running off the old steam turbines, and more is running off of the high pressure steam turbine. And I've put this tank in here just to give, if we have surplus, the pressurized steam will pile up. So we can run this during periods of peak off the surplus. Okay, that would be working if I had more small parts. So let's go grab more small parts. I think there is, now that I've added the casting onto the belt, I think there is actually enough small parts. Yeah, there's a decent amount of small parts on the belt. Maybe because the bus isn't running very well, but a lot of things on the bus does not need to run well at the moment, because we're not doing things with stuff with the bus, apparently. We're doing stuff that we haven't bussed yet. Which is probably an indication that next stream we will be expand the bus. Reptid998 saying, "Oh, nice, power plant time." Yeah, we got the power plant going. It's not running at full speed, but maybe it doesn't need to run at full speed, which is a different sign. The spot where I'm only grabbing. There we go. Only grabbing the small parts. Now I am mostly just intermetallics away from building more coal power plants. It's coming along slowly. Yep, I need 5 more to have that thing running at full speed. And I have the mechanical parts right now for 3 of them. What are you short on? Graphite rods. Am I carrying graphite rods? Nope. Go grab some graphite. Doesn't underestimate how quickly you can make graphite rods. We'll deliver those 94 of them. Yeah, finish up that ratio, because I technically need one more gearbox. Which means I need one more one more shaft. Might be using my lead a little aggressively. Although they're not the only thing I'm using aggressively, so... Oops, not a tower. I need a shaft. Something might fish. Out of lanterns. Because I'm out of glass. Throw more glass in there, make more fish. Get another gearbox. Oh, it's 2 shafts per gearbox. Whoops. Another one of those. I need a little bit more glass. Should be easy to do. Like I'm over the glass lane. Slurp. $34. Just needed a casual 250 of those. I don't think we're going to finish the power plant completely tonight, but good running to get it done tomorrow. It's just the intermediate, or the intermetallics done, or intermetallic left. I think or intermetallics will be all we have left. I think when we get to the end of the day here. Well, all the mechanical parts made up, and it'll just be the intermetallics and the stuff we can collect from the bus. Although, it's 5 of that, so that's like 1,000 steel, 1,500 small parts, 500 circuit boards. Not a trivial amount of things. Waiting on the fish oil. I think I need 2 batches. It always tries to feed the fish eggs first. Oh, actually, I think it feeds the... I've got a balance, so it's doing like 2/3 to the fish eggs, 1/3 to the render fish. So we never run out of fish eggs to make it work. Which is a perfectly reasonable way to do it, I think. So I'm going to be looking at the tech tree while we're taking a moment for things to build. Oh, actually, no, the game doesn't advance when I have the tech tree open, does it? Zap stage 2. Drilling fluid. Potentially interesting stuff coming up. Although I could be poking at that, which is... oh, the tech pack. The mess that is the tech pack. So you make 4 things. Now, what is the ratio for the next? 3, 2, 1. So if I want to run without upgrading what I've already got, that means I want you running at 0.25. It doesn't change very much. Technically 2 research centers instead of 1. 4 of those machines making batteries. Oh no, it's 4 machines. Okay. So in theory, the battery thing that I've got set up, it's probably enough already. We could feed it properly. Animal samples kind of looks like a nightmare. But even that's not a lot. That's like one of you, which I already... I got gene lines on the bus, so we just grab that. Okay, so that's not very hard, other than we need all the random bits of meat and guts and bones being produced. Lard's probably actually the hardest part there. You've got a cutting gun stud. You have a chance to get more studs. And the pumps. Okay. Or you just breed the cutting guts themselves instead. Yeah, so it's either do studs or don't do studs. I think how that's going to work. Okay, so noticeably that's going to need the Rossi seed, which we get from collecting from those, which we get from using the seeds. Actually, I'm going to say I have hydrogen, so it's going to have matrix. Complaining about linearly dependent ratio. Well, they are. That's fair enough. Okay, I think that maths out, so that's just fine. So yeah, what do we have in here? Urea, we worked out urea works. Is there anything in here that I really need to understand how it works for when we go to do this? Seeds make kind of sense. We probably do want to build up the bus to make the plantations, though. Bone meal, rich clay, basic substrate. Gun guts. Glass, optical set, antimony oxide. Yeah, we're really not building many of any of this in real large quantities. Okay. Subcritical water. And we already know moondrops. Moondrops aren't that bad. That's not even a lot of moondrops. Yeah, nothing in this recipe seems... Like, this will be a big facility because it's just like, machines, more machines, more machines. But, doesn't seem like it should be too bad. Bone meal comes from bones and steam. Say 250, it'll probably be one if it's 150, well, say it's 250 because I got that on sort of tap. I don't have 150 on tap. Should probably be 150 if I'm going to really do it. Now, that's assuming we're feeding you for the manure, and we could choose to not feed you for the manure and go for the first recipe instead. And that's not even a full one of you. So yeah, probably go for the recipe instead. Rounding to sub 0.1 or 1. Yeah, we do 1. I think we can work with that. Yeah, so we're definitely gonna have to butcher stuff from bones. But we know where we're getting we can get bones from the fish. Meat, guts, brain, skin, lard. So we're probably gonna have to butcher either cotton guts or ogs for lard. Same sort of logic with the blood, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that is what that is. I think this is over 50. You've been made. I'll provide the mechanical parts. Yeah, I think we throw together one more coal power plant, probably call it for the night. Coming up in 8 hours, which I think is a good place to bring the stream to a close. Space Power Tim, so this is modded. Do they burst with cotton candy then? Possibly. I think they're cotton guts and then they're sort of bunny-like. And yeah, this is modded. This is Pyanodons Mod. This is Factorio Pyanodons Mod. Then Reptid998 replying to Space Pirate Tim is very modded. Pyanodons specifically, yes. Although probably by Pyanodon standard, this is not particularly modded. This is almost vanilla Pyanodons Mod, but like that's the only real mod installed at the moment. And it's like entirety with a couple supporting like minor stuff. Mostly to keep everything visible during the night. Okay, let's go grab those 20 steam engines, or yeah, the 20 steam engines and 3 gasifiers. Wasn't the plan on how to grab those steam engines, but I needed to clear the ash off so the gasifiers would be made correctly. And the power plant's about to go from 2/7 of full power to 3/7 of full power. And yeah, we're apparently producing enough power. We're building up a power stockpile. And it just gives you a power comparison between the old 149 steam engines and the one high-pressure steam turbine. They've got the same usage priority in the power grid, I believe. So the one turbine is almost performing as well as the 149 steam engines. And is using significantly less coal, so... also slowly trying to unload a whole bunch of my buffer chests that I'd put in for ash, so... See how well that goes. It's going to take a while. Yeah, eating molten salt. And my buffer tank here for molten salt is nowhere near full yet, so we definitely pile up a little bit more molten salt as that gets produced. Anyway, I think this is where we're going to bring the stream to a close. So if you're watching on Twitch, or I suppose the unedited YouTube version, I'm going to go over the schedule for the next couple days. I got to add progress. You know, I'll wait a couple minutes for the ad to get out of the way so that the Twitch can actually hear what I'm saying. I've got an ad for about a minute. What else productive can I poke about for a minute? You need more manure? We could go grab some manure. That's actually something I could do. I don't need more batteries for the moment, so we can grab all this antimony oxide and feed it into the machine that actually needs it. Anyway, that'll probably mean we get something like 100 more intermetallics quicker. Okay. Okay, so with that, Twitch should be back from the ad break. So I hope you've all enjoyed the stream. We're going to go ahead and, I think, start to wind the stream down here. So if you're watching on Twitch or the unedited YouTube version, I'm going to go over the schedule for the next couple days. So we let the factory run for just a little bit here. Today was Factorio Pyanodons Mod. This is, well, we were building up the coal power plant in this one, which was more of an endeavor than I thought, but I think it's definitely going to be worth it in the long run. I suppose I can take a quick look for people actually watching. We are, with the one turbine going, we're now producing as much power, give or take, from that one turbine as almost all the steam engines are in the base. And we have potential expansion. That thing is not running at full steam, and we don't even have enough coal power plants to run at full steam. We're building to that. We should be able to finish that up tomorrow once the intermetallics come in. We'll probably be, or not tomorrow, in the next Factorio day, which will be in 4 days. So in 4 days from now, we'll be playing Factorio again, and we'll probably go ahead and get that power plant up to full speed at that point. And we'll probably be spending most of that day expanding the bus, and maybe doing some refreshes on some of the mines. I think one of the things we're going to add on the bus fairly early on is electric fluid mining drills. So swap over a bunch of the old coal-powered ones to fluids, or to electric, and make use of our electricity, our newfound electricity, to get those fluid mining drills going better. But yeah, today was Factorio Pyanodons. Tomorrow is Shadow Empire. We're going to be continuing the computer timeline, let's say, and try to get our computer, its robot army. We might actually get the robot army in tomorrow's stream. It'll be tiny and weak and malformed at that point because it'll be probably pretty late in the stream when we get robots, but we'll probably actually get the robot army. Wednesday is going to be Solar Expanse. Again, Vision all the way, I think, as a house rule, has very much come to an end, so we're going to be beginning to use Fusion very heavily to try to accelerate terraforming, and to do the intersystem transfer quest. That makes sense. Thursday will be Solar Nations 2. In the first day of Solar Nations, we got from Ethiopia to East Africa. I suspect in the second day we're going to get from East Africa to African Union, where we're basically unified all of Africa, or at least 80% of the population of Africa, which I think is a good start. We're doing really well. And we don't even have a faction yet. We have to found a faction at some point to really declare ourselves truly oriented to rule the world. But yeah, we're doing real well. And then, as I said a little bit earlier, we're going to be playing Factorio again in 4 days. So on Friday, we're going to be back to Factorio Pyanodons Mod, where we're mostly going to be expanding the bus and getting that coal power plant to full speed. And then I think that 4-day cycle will repeat with Shadow Empire, Solar Expanse, Solar Nations, Factorio following up again right after that. Although at that rate, I think we're getting pretty close to the end of Solar Expanse, so when that ends, I'm not so sure. It depends on how quickly we can get terraforming going. It may be... Well, it probably won't be Wednesday. I'm probably going to take too much time to get terraforming really going. Terraforming is a lot of nitrogen and a lot of oxygen to move around to get officially done. And the interplanetary transport ship is not... Or the interplanetary colony ship is not a cheap thing to build. So those are the two big projects we're working on. I don't think we're going to get them done on Wednesday. I'll have a bit of an understanding of when we're going to be done on Wednesday, let's say. So we may be done, what, four days after Wednesday, so we may be done next Monday. I'm not so sure. And I think that's the next game that's going to finish and be replaced. I could be wrong. It could be Solar Nations 2. We're doing really well in Solar Nations 2, but I suspect that's at least got 2 days left in it. So yeah, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, feel free to leave comments. If you're watching on Twitch, this is probably the last call for comments while we're watching or running the stream live. If you're watching later on the Twitch VOD or in the YouTube unedited version, feel free to leave comments. I do try to respond to all the comments on YouTube. And obviously, if you're watching on the Twitch VOD, feel free to hop over to YouTube and leave comments over there. So with that, I'm going to wish everyone the best of luck and a good time. Catch you all in the next part and/or stream, and bye for now.